As at the moment, just about to do the national anthems. It is round number 7, the deciding round. Zimbabwe taking on Australia. We'll deal with the national anthems in just a second. So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to yet another broadcast brought to you by Pitch Vision of the Over-50s Cricket World Cup, sponsored by Evergreen Lifestyle. This is match number 37 here live from Rondebosch Cricket Club, the Terry Exton Oval. As we see Group A's table toppers Zimbabwe taking on Australia, who are just coming in an upturn of form, back-to-back victories for them, and looking to end off this round-robin section of the competition on a high. For those just joining us for the first time, Zimbabwe winning the toss earlier, beg your pardon, Australia winning the toss earlier on and electing to field, putting the Zimbabwean side into bat. So, not as straightforward as you would think from a Zimbabwean perspective. They still do need to win today's game to confirm their spot in the semi-finals of this competition. A loss for them would mean that they would need Canada. Yes, there you go, Canada to beat New Zealand in the other game, because Sri Lanka are taking on the United States. The winner of that match probably will make the playoffs as well. So that's a do-or-die fixture in Group A as well. Australia themselves a little bit out of this competition in terms of making the semi-finals, but they still could be finding themselves in the higher placing of the matches. As we see the two opening batters for the Zimbabwean side, Gavin Parker, trying to figure out who the other man is on the other end. And we are on our way. Big shout here to start off. And umpire turns down that shout. The two umpires standing in today's game being Abdullah Steenkamp and Warren Venkart. So two very recognized umpires in the South African first-class cricket scene. Look, good to see them as well involved in quite an important fixture here in the context of this Over-50s Cricket World Cup. James, the man with the ball for Oz. So, starts off on the money, couple of balls. First one, striking Parker on the pads. And the next one goes straight to the man at square leg. Oh, defense there by Gav Parker. So, it's a good start for the South side here in this first power play. No fielder, just the one fielder outside the 30-yard circle. Here in the Over-50s Cricket World Cup, it is a 45-over format. And 3 power plays evenly split. 15 overs in the first, 15 from the second, 15 in the third. As we see James running in. Oh, beauty. Just beating the outside edge, getting a little bit of drift, and swings away from the batter there. So in the first power play, you can have 3 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. Then you work your way up to 5, so 4 in the second power play, and then 5 in the third. Australia opting for 1, the man at fine leg. So must-win game for Zimbabwe if they want to keep their destiny in their own hands in this competition. Their big loss to New Zealand on opening day has hurt their chances, although they've bounced back well with 4 wins on the trot. Net run rate is at negative 0.4, which is the only negative run rate of the top 4 teams. So meaning that they do actually need to win this game to secure their spot in the semi-finals. So good start there by James in the opening over. It's a maiden. Damien Meek, the man who'll bowl the second over for Australia. Tim Bartlett's being promoted up the order here for the Zimbabwean side. Has generally walked in the middle to lower order, coming in at number 6 or 7. Is being promoted today. Gavin Lindsay, the man who seems to have been dropped out of the side. And it's just struggling for a little bit of form in this competition, and Zimbabwe opting to go with a different opening partnership, yeah. So Meek will bowl to Bartlett. Beauty. Fantastic one to start off on the first ball. Getting good bounce and carry through to the wicketkeeper and beating the outside edge. Swinging just a touch back in to the left-hander. Who's generally going to swing it away. Beautiful, lovely day for cricket here in Cape Town today. Clear blue skies. And the weatherman expecting it to be a little bit of a scorcher here. Up and running, the Zimbabweans. Bartlett gets a nice freebie. Leg stump, half volley, flex that to the leg side. They'll come back for a couple. A looking shot there from Tim Bartlett. It's got straight to the fielder on that occasion, and it is a dot ball. Shot. It again goes straight to the man in the covers, and it is another dot ball. Well, it's bounced back well here. Has Damien Meek to complete this over. Has pushed the bat onto the front foot a few times, and we've seen the full bats of Tim Bartlett in defense on that occasion. So a couple of runs in that over. Zimbabwe off and running, 2 without loss. Leaving that one, just wraps him around the pad, but just gets himself outside the line. Big stride there from Gav Parker, but umpire Sienkamp is unmoved. Going with the left-to-right combination of the odds, just getting the batters to face the delivery on from different angles. Gav Parker, yeah, just happy to soak up the pressure a little bit. He's been the outstanding wicketkeeper in this competition so far. He's got 11 dismissals in the competition. Leads the dismissals for wicketkeepers, just one ahead of Parag Ananta. He's got 11. Parag has got 10. James continues here to be on the money and kept the Zimbabwean batters quiet to start off this innings. He's bowled 11 straight dot balls, but just commentators curse him there on that occasion. We'll see. Looking to go back-to-back maidens to start off his bowling spell. Well played. But straight to the fielder again, yet another dot ball, and the Aussies like that. It's a couple of maiden overs to start for James. Score still 2 after 3 overs. Demi Meek will continue. Yes, again, goes on the pads. And now Bartlett happy to take that direct hit. Would have been interesting there, but great run in there from Timmy Bartlett. And they scamper through. but it's good for his part as well to see the ball, to feel the ball coming out of the middle of the bat. It's just about now trying to find those gaps. Australia have got all the fielders tight in on the edge of the boundary. They've dropped a man to the backward square boundary. So we're expecting to bowl it short and wide. Haven't seen one of those yet. So another one that's been left alone. So a single off that over. A good start here for us. Over's gone, 3 without loss. Other sponsors as well being Devil's Peak, the official beer of the Over-50s Cricket World Cup, Sisonke Tourism and Travel, and indeed the guys who give us the energy throughout this whole competition, Vita 24. Australia's just going to think about their field setting here. Brett James bowling to Tim Bartlett, the left-hander, for the first time, so just having surface right now, getting it to swing. So they're looking for that outside edge to play a big role. Just slips in the gully, actually, for Brett James. On that particular occasion, just started it off a bit too far outside the off stump. Umpire will stretch out his arms and it's a wide. So after dot balls in a row, Zimbabwe finally get a run off Brett James's bowling. Good line and length, left alone there by Tim Bartlett. Zimbabwe quite happy to get a few dot balls here in the early knockings of this innings. Only 4 runs on the board.
Good, BJ. Keep going, man.
It's actually 4.1. It's a bit straight there, does Brett James, and Tim Bartlett. Just drops and runs. And yet another run for him. Gav Parker's faced 17 balls, yet to get off the mark. James has bowled 12 dot balls to him in a row now, so he'll be quite happy to keep bowling to him. Build a bit of pressure. See if Gavin Parker can maybe try and force the issue. Flirting with the wide line there, but just on the inside, and umpire's Dienkamp is happy with that, so another dot ball. Ball, and driven straight to the man at cover for another dot ball. Big shout there from two big shots from the Australian side. They one for LBW umpire Dienkamp, saying that's just a touch high. Gav Parker just not aware as well of his surroundings there on that occasion. And direct hit. Seemed like he just got himself just back in. Umpire Venghart saying that it was all good. Lots of encouragement coming from the side of the field for him now. It's gone 20 deliveries now without getting off the mark. Off the mark, Gavin Parker. Comes off the inside half of the bat there, and they get through for a single. So productive over there for Zimbabwe, best one thus far. 3 runs coming off it, 6 on the board after 5. Brett James continues, goes on the four-sided. Good to see Gav Packer freeing his arms, and that one is on its way to the fence for a boundary. Much appreciated that by the Zimbabwean crowd as to see some intent there from Gav Parker full stride, and hits that through the line, picked it up nice and early. That's on its way to the boundary for his first four. Good comeback that from James. Just pulled his line back a tad and getting it to swing back a bit as well into Parker, and happy to defend that. Big shout outs as well to the city of Cape Town for hosting us for this Over-50s Cricket World Cup and giving us such fantastic venues, especially considering we are towards the end of the cricket season here in the Southern Hemisphere. So for those watching us from Australia, good evening. Hearts here, Zimbabwe still do need to win because their net run rate is a bit of an issue at negative 0.4. The three teams beneath them, all in 6 points, but all have a better net run rate of all those two games. So if Zimbabwe lose here, both two of the three teams playing beneath them could overtake them. Sri Lanka and USA, two of those sides, they are playing against each other right now. Beauty. That is just a beauty from Brett James. Pitches and just nips away and just beats the outside edge at ball. Probably only Tom Bradman would have been able to edge that one. Wind is picking up here at the Terry Eckstein Oval. It's a southwesterly breeze, and just seems to be picking up a little bit here. Goes a bit full there, does Brett James, but well defended by Kevin Parker. So boundary off the first ball of the over. Comes back well, does Brett James. 7 gone, 18 without loss. So this has been one of the better starts with the bat for Zimbabwe in terms of wickets. They tend to lose quite a few wickets, and good to see that those guys have come in and knuckled down, soak up a bit of pressure, and then you can assess the situation. And as well, give a bit of a platform to the leading run scorer in this competition, who happens to be a player in the Zimbabwean ranks, Goodwin. Shot from Tim Bartlett, but great work in the field there. So yet again, I've got the best crew here with me at the Terry Eckstein Oval, the man in the camera, giving you those lovely pictures that you're seeing right now on your screen. Tariq, and the greatest scorer to have ever existed as well, Rowena. So always lovely to have those people around me because they can always carry me. Being the weak link here in this crew. Full toss. We'll be very disappointed with the results of that. Well, Tim Bartlett sounded very good off the bat, but I went straight to the man at cover, and it is a dot ball. Bit aerial there on that occasion, square driven, but a couple of bounces to the man at point. So well bowled from Meek so far. 5 dot balls, looking to end this over well and get yet another maiden for the Australian side. A third, it would be. Shot. Goes straight to the fielder yet again and made an over. First one for Meeks, third for the Australian side. 18 on the board after 8. Money, another one defended by Gareth Parker. And it's not like Gareth Parker is just defending every ball here. Not at all. Last ball of the 9th. Shot ball. Commentators curse, and that is pulled with conviction, and it races to the fence for 4. Beautiful cricket shot there. The two fielders had less than a meter and a half to cover between the two of them, and there you can see it on the replay. It splits the two of them. Well timed. Lovely placing. Great way to end a great over for Zimbabwe. 6 coming off it. Score moves to 24. That loss after 9. The mix continues. A little bit on the full side there to Tim Bartlett. Square driven there to point. Yet another dot ball. Edged and gone. Finally finding the outside edge of the bat there. And there you go. Australia get a wicket. Zimbabwe's patience with the bat finally comes to an end, and that is the end of Tim Bartlett. He edges that one through to the wicketkeeper. He made 10 of 20. Zimbabwe 24 for 1. So a bit of a fighting knock there for Tim Bartlett. Finally comes to an end. He makes 10. And walking out to the crease for the Zimbabwean side. The man, the myth, the legend, the skipper as well. It's Murray Goodwin. So the man who's taken this competition by storm so far, Murray Goodwin, walks to the crease. Scored 200s, both of them coming in the last two matches for Zimbabwe. So he's a man who is coming into this match in very good form. He scored 319 runs in this competition so far, averaging at 79.8. Here's his first ball. Full, well done by the fielder there, getting down and defending it. So yeah, a couple of hundreds here for Murray Goodwin in the last couple of matches. 122 not out against Sri Lanka to take the Zimbabwean side over the line there in that match to win that game. And 100 in the last game against Canada. Straying onto the pads a bit there is Damian Micken. He helps that down the ground. The chase is on now. The ball will stop before the rope and they will come back for a couple of runs. So Murray Goodwin is off the mark as well. Charges the bowler there, and Murray Goodwin showing why he's a man who is in such form right now in this competition. Walks down the ground, full drive, and that is the boundary. First boundary for him in the first over he's faced. 6 runs coming off it, but a successful over. Yeah, good looking stroke that from Murray Goodwin, and just a tad overpitched, but he also did change the line of the bowler on that occasion and plays it through the line. Good hands on the ground all along. Down the leg side it goes and comes off the pad of Gav Parker. And they'll scamper through for a leg bye. Beautiful from Brett James there. And soft hands being used by Maza on that occasion. Looking to scamper through for a single. But one thing that Zimbabwe have done well in this competition so far is their running. Just understanding who your batting partner is in particular moments. Bit on the straight side there. And played right back to the bowler. Thanks yourself. I think he got a little bit of bat on that to understand that. But umpire Steenkamp says not out. Oh, big moment there in the game. Hands on heads all across the field there for the Australians. They thought that was their way in. Are taking quite an open stance there, as we've seen him take out through the competition. Goes a bit on the full side, and that one is driven past the bowler. Chases on, but seems the ball will win the race, and it is a boundary just to rub salt into the Australian wins on that occasion. Yeah, after the big LBW shot, in which the Aussies were very convinced that they had Murray Goodwin. Just a little bit of overpitching there from Brett James. And Murray Goodwin tries that down the ground for his second boundary. Score almost to 35. Good comeback from the bowler there. And that's the end of over number 11. 35 for 1. Murray Goodwin, both batters actually on 10. Goodwin faced 9 balls. Parker has faced 36. After 11 overs, 35 runs on the board for the Zimbabwean side. 1 wicket has been taken by the Australians. We'll see our first change in the bowling. James Morris, the new man with the ball for Australia. Bowling here from the university end. That's the end that we are sitting as well. We've got a good angle of him bowling here to Gav Parker. Good defense. There goes to the man on the urge of the 30-yard tackle, the skipper of the Australian side, Tony Clark. Yeah, well played that. Good cricket, good running from the Zimbabwean pair there. Much appreciated from the side of the field. Was hit less than a yard away from the fielder there. Didn't have much ground to cover. But good early call. Good running from the pair. And they scampered through for a single. Shot. Murray Goodwin on a charge, and this one is flat batted across for a 6. Man in very, very good form. The leading run scorer in this Over-50s Cricket World Cup, and gets a nice, juicy one pitch halfway down the track. And he pulls that to the fence for a second maximum in this early stage of the innings. But comeback does Morris have. This one is 4, and fantastic work there in the field. Yeah, good work there from Colin. Getting down there, definitely saving 3 runs for his side. Back foot punch there by Gav Parker goes straight to the skipper Clark and concludes a productive over there for Zimbabwe. 8 runs coming off it. Score moves to 43 for 1 after 12. Don't know if you guys quite heard that from Tariq. Man with quite an eye for cricket. Says Mazza is in top form. For those trying to figure out who Mazza is, that's Murray Goodwin, the leading run scorer in this competition, affectionately known as Mazza. Since Brett James will continue from the end, just in front of Newlands, we'll call that the Newlands end. Brett James bowled well so far, 6 overs, 2 maidens, not for 15. Still has a slip. And 4 fielders now on the leg side for Australia. Jeff, just getting their field right there. No, just 3 fielders on the leg side, 2 men in the boundaries, 1 at third man and 1 at fine leg. Traditional field for a seamer. Okay, they drop in their third fielder, so 3 fielders are allowed outside the 30-yard circle, and the third man being dropped back to the deep backward square boundary. Seen a couple of pull shots from Murray Goodwin, and just making sure that they limit the amount of runs he hits in that region. Starts off right on the money. There's Brett James, defended by Murray Goodwin. So just starts it off a little bit on the straight side there, swings away, and it's a wide. On the pass then, Mazza hits that. Just spoke about the man being dropped into the deep backward square region. Just like every other day, with 6 games on the go today, 5 others, excluding this one. In this group, we've got, after West Indies have finished the 7, beg upon, there's 6 matches in the group stages. New Zealand taking on Canada. New Zealand needing a victory there to make to the semi-finals. Parker looking for the big shot there. Leg swing on that particular occasion, comes off the inside half of his bat onto his pad. And in the other game, the do-or-die game, USA taking on Sri Lanka. USA have started very well in that game, 42 for 3. Sri Lanka find themselves after 14 overs. Sri Lanka were at some point 32 without loss there, so they've done well to bring the game back. That one also a big game. Flirting with the wild line again there. Gives the umpire a little bit of a stare. Umpire says no. That's within the white lines. That's a dot ball. So one of Sri Lanka and the USA needs a big favor here from Australia. Australia win their game. Whoever wins the USA-Sri Lanka match, New Zealand do win their game against Canada. Good shot there from Gav Parker. But they don't actually run on that particular occasion. A quick little chat there between the 2 batters. Maybe just talking about trying to show a little bit more intent on Gav Parker's side. He's been in for 43 deliveries. Only scored 11. Square goes back. Last ball. The Brett James 7th. Oh, would have been with the direct hit. Big loud call of no, late call of no there from Murray Goodwin. But is sent back and All's well that ends well, I guess. 13 overs gone, 45 for 1. And then in the other group, England and South Africa both have their lives in their own hands. Both on 8 points after 5 matches in this competition. Both win their games, they both make the semi-finals. And Pakistan just 1 point behind those two. A game they thought they would have won. Big shot there from Goodwin. And they'll turn, will they come back for 2? Yes, they will. Man in form is coming out of the middle of the bat at regular intervals. So it's Pakistan taking on Namibia or the United Arab Emirates. Those are the two sides taking on England and South Africa. England currently top of the table with a better net run rate than South Africa. South Africa second. This one is shot and wide. It's cut away. But so just to keep you up to date with those two games, South Africa taking on the UAE. So big shout, huge shout. Warren Veinga picks his finger up, and that is the wicket of Gav Parker. So as you can see there, beautiful ball, just late swing, and umpire Veinga immediately thought that was going to go and to disturb the finisher, and that is wicket number 2. Parker goes for 11. Scores 48 on the board for 2 for Zimbabwe. So today we've got not just a battle on the field, but a battle on the sidelines as well. Two of the most supported sides in this competition, the Zimbabweans and the Australians. As you can see, they've got big support here at the ground for both these sides, and sitting close to each other as well. Lovely shots there by our cameraman Tariq. One of the best in the game. So as I said in Zimbabwe's last game, it's not a wicket they're going to mind too much, because it's now the top 2 leading run scorers in this competition batting together. The new man to the wicket, Stuart Carlisle. The 50 came up and lost over there for Zimbabwe. 14 overs gone, 50 for 2. So I was talking about this partnership being one of the most important partnerships for the Zimbabwean side. Stuart Carlisle, 6th on the leading run scorers list in the competition with 189 runs, averages at 63. His partner in crime today, Goodwin, on 337. He leads the competition at an average of 84. So some spin here for Australia for the first time in this match. Iham Jaffer comes in. So last over here of this first power play, as we see some leggers from Iham Jaffa. Well played that from Murray Goodwin. Again, a sign of a man in good touch. Just a little bit of the redirection of the ball there towards the vacant third man region, and they will get two for a couple. Skipper now puts a man there in that exact position where the ball went. On the money there, and it's a dot ball. Kept a bit low on that occasion, not getting too much bounce. We've seen the seamers getting nice carry through to the wicketkeeper, and the first couple of balls here off the spinner, not as much. So you do expect this every now and again from the leg spinners. They will let one ball go a bit on the short side, and they was free. So Goodwin in a little bit of a hurry here today, and quickly races to 27. All bowled. From Jeff, just pierced the outside edge. So, end of a productive over for Zimbabwe, 6 runs coming off it. 15 gone, it's 56 for 2 as we take a drinks break, powered by Vita 24. Oh, missed out there. Just didn't bounce as much as he expected it to, didn't Murray Goodwin? As we welcome you back. See, as we are back at the Over-50s Cricket World Cup here, hosted in Cape Town. We are live from Rondebosch Cricket Club as we speak. Spotty, James Morris, ball in there to Murray Goodwin. Is picking back a couple of deliveries in a row there. The first one looking to cut it. Just didn't bounce as much, and this one just nipping back a bit on the last second. So Goodwin and Carlisle, the two man in for Zimbabwe. 57 for 2 after 15.4 overs the score after they were put in to bat by the Aussies who won the toss. Disguise that one to the point region for a single. And they'll get through for aces. One more run. One ball remaining in the first over of the drinks break. So now we are in the second power play. Australia can have 4 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. They've opted to go with the man at third man, point, fine leg, and long off. That one just beats the outsider, just Joey Carlisle, and it's a dot ball, so good way to start after the drinks break for Australia. 16 gone, 58 for 2.
Hi, I'm very good. Excellent.
Wayne.
Cool. Thanks, Wayne.
So 16 overs gone, 58 for 2 for the Zimbabweans, as I'm joined by one of their players here, McDonald. How do you do?
Morning, everybody. Greg McDonald here. Just come to add a little bit to Wayne's commentary, and we pick up Zimbabwe 58 for 2 in a fairly solid position with 2 of their better batters at the crease.
So this has been the key partnership for the Zimbabweans throughout this competition. A little bit of a appeal there for leg before from Jaffa, umpire Steenkamp, isn't moved. How's the mood in the change room there?
It's good. Can't be honest. You know, we've achieved our targets, and this is the final match to get into the semi-finals. You know, we're these two guys have added a solidity in the middle order, Stu Carlisle and Murray Goodwin, which we've never had before, and it's just boosted the whole team morale, and we're fielding well, we're bowling well, so yeah, we're very happy to be here, and hopefully we can finish things today. Oh, that was a Chinese cut there from Murray Goodwin.
Attempting the sweep shot, one of his strong suits as well, the sweep shot.
Yeah, Murray's a complete player. You know, he's one of a leading professional, whatever league he's played in, and we always knew he was good, and now to see him in our team, it just is a great experience for us average players.
I've had raving reviews about Murray's batting throughout the competition from everybody, really. He's the leading run scorer in the competition. Just went over 350 runs in this match already. This competition, just averaging over 80. And he continues to be a shining beacon in this Zimbabwean batting lineup.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. He is definitely. Oh, that was a bit of an inside edge, but no damage done. And Murray moves on to 36, I think that is.
Yes, indeed. 36. Only faced 31 deliveries. So it hasn't taken a long time as well to get into the groove of things, yeah. Were you guys quite surprised at where Australia are in this group right now coming into this game? Probably you would have picked the game at the end as one of the tougher games in the competition.
Listen, it's still a tough game. We're not under it. For us, this is a cup final. We're not getting ahead of ourselves at all. We had a team chat this morning, and this is our game. Our run rate is so bad after the loss to New Zealand. We can't afford anything else but a win. So this for us is a cup final, and we're playing it as
the holders of the competition.
100%. We're very eager to put Zimbabwe on the map.
Chance gone.
Yeah.
Oh,
catch at mid-wicket.
Fantastic catch that at mid-wicket, and it was close in. Ball was hit with a little bit of conviction, and it goes straight to the man, and that is the end of Stuart Carlisle.
Yep, great bit of fielding by the Australian.
Carlisle doesn't do as much damage today, only makes 5 of 10. So wicket number 3 for Zimbabwe, 63 on the board.
Yeah, and a little shout out to our other Zimbabweans who've been with us in the early stages, and it's taken 4 years to get here. So players who've played for us before on previous tours, like Wayne Parham, Mark Saunders, Peter Sands Thomas, Rory McQuaid, all the lads who didn't make this final tour. We salute you guys and thank you for your efforts, and you got us to this point in an all-round effort. From there's a bloke at home called Mark Warhurst. He's a full-time lawyer. Nobody loves the game more than Mark, and he hardly ever missed a practice. And so yeah, thank you to all those guys. Hopefully the team we got here is the right team, and we can get over this loss of Stu's wicket now. 68 for 3 after nearly 18 overs. Not the worst position, but we need to solidify things from a good 10 overs or so now.
Yeah, a little bit of a partnership required, yeah. And new man at the wicket is Andy Walton for Zimbabwe. Starts off straight there. Hit towards the fine leg region, and they'll scamper through for a single to complete the 18th over.
Yeah, good for Andrew to get off the mark. He's based in Perth, Australia himself. So he obviously knows a few of these guys, and they know him.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think he's got a point to prove today. He'll be trying to improve his tournament. He's had a good tournament with the ball. He's an all-rounder, but he hasn't quite fired with the bat yet. So hopefully now him and Murray can let's keep talking to each other and get us through to a solid total. He's a talented batter. He's had a bit of cut one onto his stumps. He's been caught at slips a couple of times, but yeah, we'll see how he goes against the spinner.
Yeah, no better time to find form.
Yep.
Especially from the Zimbabwean perspective. Yes, we've spoken about the net run rate of Zimbabwe being at 0.39, negative 0.39. So Zimbabwe needing to win this match to solidify their spots in the playoffs. Otherwise, they would need at least Canada to do them a favor in the other game against New Zealand.
Or the other strange fortune would be for Sri Lanka and America to tie.
To tie, obviously.
The chances of that are not something you want to bet on. So, yeah, we're in control of our own destiny. So, yeah, we know what we've got to do. And
Gotta win.
Yeah, we just got to win. That's all. Yep.
Interesting shot choice there from Walton on that last delivery. Looking to cut that one.
Well, Aussie tails are up. Shouting for everything.
Good to see Murray Goodwin at the other end, just giving him a few directions as well.
No, Murray will keep him calm. They've batted together before, these two.
Oh.
Yeah, well left, Andrew. No need to play that just yet. We've got a slip in place just for that shot.
Yeah. How important is it for guys who don't reside in Zimbabwe anymore for them to come and make a part of this team?
It's vital, and we're a patriotic bunch, the Zimbabweans, and we, for various reasons, have been spread far and wide, and we've cast our net from a selection point of view all around the world. We've been in touch with people like Andy Flower, Graham Hick, Paul Strang, all around the world, and some have got other commitments now. Trevor Penny's a top coach in Barbados now, and they would all love to play. Two of whom are from Bulawayo, so logistically it's been a bit tricky, and we haven't played much together as a team, but those that can have been practicing on their own as much as possible, and we had quite a few warm-up games to get here. And yeah, great shot from Walton there. Short ball, dispatched. Yeah, that'll give him some confidence.
Yeah, absolute freebie. That's from the bowler. We've seen Jeff tends to give one shot ball and over, and Walton just waiting for that particular one, and hit it into the vacant square leg region.
Yep.
So great way to end that over. That was great up until that point. So it's just 4 coming off it. 73 for 3 after 19.
And yeah, thank you to all the teams we played against in the warm-up games. You know, we Peterhouse School, St John's College, Wanderers Cricket Club. We played all these guys, and so we won some, we lost some. Alex Sport Club's another bunch of guys who came and helped us, and yeah, we've prepared as best we can, and we'll see how. There you go, short one, dispatched. That'll do. Take that, sports lovers.
It's in good touch, this man, and as you see it on that particular occasion, nothing much, nothing more than a pickup on that occasion. Didn't overhit it. Somehow it just flies all the way over the rope for another maximum.
Yeah, there's a beautiful venue here at Rondebosch.
Absolutely
It's
stunning.
stunning, you know, and great for the organisers, Roger Malt, to have included all kinds of venues. We've played at Wynberg High, we've played at Rylands. It's fantastic venues here. It's another one over point.
Special touch right now.
Scintillating form, I'll tell you.
And
No, praise him too much.
yeah,
There he is. Short dab and run, that's the professional he is, or was. He's now a family man in the real estate business, and but he's amassed 34,000 first-class runs, which is not something
that
you
is
can
that
take
is
lightly. I can't do is rotate the strike and give Murray, get a one here and there, and already got 11 off the over.
yeah, big
No
over
need
already.
to panic.
Yeah.
No need to panic. Watching on the Zambezi River. Steph is a medical fourth-year med student in Scotland. I don't think she's studying much today. She'll be glued to this, as will my son Luke on the Zambezi River. So yeah, that's pretty cool, the technology, and thank you to the sponsors, Pitch Vision, and how they're able to, broadcast this match all around the world with all the stats is just remarkable, and how fortunate we are that at this age of 50. Great ball from bowler.
And well play from the batter as well.
Yeah,
Very well respected. 12 coming off that over score. Just quickly moves now to 85 for 3 after 20. And tell me, I mean, obviously, some of those guys have played.
Yeah, there's about half of us didn't play national level as we grew up. We played provincial or club or whatever, but we've kept playing because we love the game. And now, thanks to Sterling Hammond starting this whole, crazy scheme of 50-year-old, like here walking across in front of us is John Rennie, a seasoned international, and he was
Legendary John Rennie.
Played a lot of tests and things, and but for us average Joes it is cool to sit in a dressing with John and hear his thoughts. Oh, that was a wide one. No.
Didn't bounce as much there from Jaffa.
A little bit of low, uneven bounce from the spinner. And we definitely will be exploiting that later.
Yeah, a few good spinners on that Zimbabwean side.
Yeah, we've Jack Mario and Gary Spence. And then we've also got, to back them up, Kelly Bennett, Tim Bartlett, and Mike Van Sarden has been outstanding as an opener.
Yeah, he's bowled very well in this competition.
Yeah, and just bowls wicket to wicket. You miss, he hits. So there's no rocket science. He's just a solid Gifford boy going about his business. Look at that one, how low that bounced. See?
Yeah, kept very low. Just a little bit of turn, not too much on that particular occasion.
I think you go forward here rather than go back. It's starting to, you want one of those on the stumps.
That's what exactly Murray on a shot and wide.
Fast backward point. And he turns and makes two comfortably. Australians employing the Bridges technique. Get it in from the boundary.
The Zimbabwean team, just a little bit over 4 and over.
When Murray's at the crease, it always ticks along. He's always thinking.
And good hands from the wicketkeeper as well. 21 on the board. Talk to us about who has made this possible for Zimbabwe to come through.
Thank you. Yeah, we've got we've been very blessed this tournament, and we've had a whole bunch of sponsors. CIH Industries have really come to the party through National Fencing, Radar Castings, and Hogarth's division. Zimpay, we've got with their digital banking, and Safeguard Security have been very supportive. We often when you go on tours and things, you ask companies for this donation and that donation, and we hope that we have fulfilled their sponsorship, and I hope they get the mileage from the amount of coverage we get as a team leading the group. This hasn't happened often at World Cup level. So
Zimbabwe, yes.
are ready to fund their own trips, but some of the overseas players, for example, have big air tickets. We only had to fly from Harare, so that wasn't too expensive.
Yes.
See a change of bowling. New bowler coming on now.
Yeah, Stephen Golan, the new man with the ball for Australia. So spin from both ends now for us. So
Let's see what he looks like.
I think like he'll be bowling some off spinners.
Yeah, he looked like an off spinner.
Yeah. Just looking at the fields, four fielders are outside the 30-yard circle in the second power play. Australia have gone with the long off, long on. The traditional deep mid wicket and a man sweeping at the cover boundary.
Yeah, pretty traditional field. Yeah, Murray lets the first one goes past just to see how much spin and bounce he's getting. Guy looks like a seasoned campaigner.
Shots.
Okay, straight down the wicket. Yeah.
Important in this phase of the game to hit the sweepers as often as possible.
Just move the ball around, the ones and twos. We've all seen it on the IPL. It's not the sixes and fours that win you the game. It's the ones and twos. And
just manning that quiet period.
Yeah, just rotate the strike. Keep, There we go. There we go. That's a beautiful shot by Walton. Behind backward square. And yeah, I think that pushes him onto 12. He's started nicely, Andrew. He's a real thoroughbred. He just eats, lives and sleeps cricket. He's had over 100 international indoor cricket matches between Australia and England. But he's come back to his roots. He's a Zimbabwe boy who went to school with me, and he was a cheeky little devil, but we're so pleased to have him in our side. Yeah.
Quite a few new players in that Zimbabwe dressing room as well, right?
From the last World Cup, we got, I think, 4 or 5 new guys.
Okay, that's all right.
Yeah, listen, it's made a big difference. Murray, Stewart, John Rennie, Kelly Bennett, shame Jason Wells' tournament was cut short with his Achilles injury, but no one worked harder in the practices and lead-up games than young Jason. He's an ex-military officer who spent years in the Middle East, in Afghanistan and Baghdad, and he comes to
shot.
Oh, what a beautiful shot! Through point by Walton. Going back to Paul Wellesley, he turned for a quick single, and there's Achilles got shot from underneath him. As you see, John Rennie again strolling past.
The legendary John Rennie.
John will be a great groundsman one day.
The good over there for Zimbabwe. 9 runs coming off it. Score moves to 96 for 3 after 22 overs.
Yep, that's very comfortable with that score. Going according to plan. These two need to just don't change a thing. This is a nice tick for Zimbabwe. Nice speed. No risk cricket. Let's accumulate now. Murray on 48. Will he get another 50 this over? There he is, down the wicket. No run.
Yeah, good ball that. Tossing it up in the air just a little bit more than he has the last few.
Yeah, that does tend to dart them through. But that one will give a bit of air to.
That one is quicker.
There we go. There's his 50. Can you ask for any more from a single?
Absolute legend. And you can see it from those shots that you are seeing. He's on a mission. He knows he's got a big job to do here, and he's got a lot more to do for his nation.
Commentators getting excited here.
100 came up as well with that shot for Zimbabwe.
Yep. About halfway in the overs. So we've still got another 23, 22 overs after this.
Yeah, exactly halfway spot right now, 22.3. 22.3 more to come. First ball of that is a dot ball to the skipper in Clark at mid-wicket. Tony Clark, beg your pardon. Left to long there.
Yeah, no, those low cutters outside the off stump. They're dangerous. Get the bottom edge into the keeper. Oh, great inside edge there for my old Cambridge cut, as in Oxford boy would tell you.
Yeah, just came off the inside half of the bats on that occasion, and nobody on the circle on the square leg region, so they're able to scamper through for a single. 23 overs gone now, just over the halfway stage of this first innings. Zimbabwe 101 for 3.
Yeah, he is an avid cricket fan, along with Akol Chemicals, who help, a big sponsor of Dash Vegmoria, who's one of our top spinners. Coal Zim from Marori, Sunray Fertilizer, Tobacco Agricultural Value Chain, HRB Insurance, Vic Falls Safari Club. For any of you wanting to go to Vic Falls, please use them. And Kenesh Patel from the CEO of Seven Rooms, and Unga Unga, tobacco trading company in Johannesburg. Well, quick single, scampered through. That's the secret.
Good to see that there's quite a few people who have become a part of why the Zimbabwean team is here at the Over-50s World Cup.
And we're proud to represent them, and we hope that they will.
Proud of what you've done.
They'll see this as not a one-time venture, And look at that, lovely shot. Just transfer the weight, no risk, 2 off the over so far.
Spoke about hitting the sweepers as often as possible, and seen it on 2 occasions already.
Yeah, and you move it a little bit left and right of a sweeper, and there's 2 there.
Yep.
There we go. Good balls are treated with respect, but again, this beautiful facility at Rondebosch. It's just amazing. I'll tell you what. I wouldn't mind an electronic scoreboard like that at my club. And there we go. Short ball, dispatched.
It's all about timing. It's all about patience when you're batting in the middle there. And you get a good ball, you defend it. On that occasion, you get a short one. You treat it with the...
Yeah, this is like watching a coaching video.
Yeah.
And the cool thing about it is he's wearing a Zimbabwe shirt. Yeah, he could have quite comfortably chosen to play for Australia, because the rules of the competition are you have to have been resident in that country for 3 years of your life. And Murray's been there for a long time. But as I mentioned earlier, we're a patriotic bunch. Once you've played for Zim at any level, be it junior school, under 19, national, you want to play again. And there we go. Oh,
big wicket there, massive wicket.
Top edge to backward point. Well bowled. Probably gave it a little bit more bounce, and Murray goes for a well scored 58.
Yeah, fantastic. 58, a comfortable catch. Big wicket there for the Aussies.
Absolutely.
Murray walks back for 58 of 48 balls. Zimbabwe now 107 for 4.
His first false shot, he top edge, but well batted, Murray. Good work.
Also the end of the 24th over, 107 for... Somebody's going to have to put up their hand now for the Zimbabwean side. The premier batter is back in the heart. The second premier batter is also back in the heart in Stuart Carlisle. Somebody else has to put their hands up for the team today.
This is what it's all about. The team, we spoke about this in the change room. We can't rely on Stu and Murray all the time, and we bat deep, and now the guys just got to do what they do. Practice this, and this is now... I think, it'll be interesting. The Aussies, they're not gonna give up lightly. We have under no false pretenses that just because they lost their first 3 that they will play any lightly today. Competitive side, and we respect them highly.
Shots there, attempting the big shots was Andy Walsh. You try and play the big shot. Pushed into the cover region, and it's a single. bowler seemed to think that the ball came off the pad first on that occasion. Umpire Steenkamp does not agree.
Yeah, another shout out to all the clubs and supporters in Zimbabwe. You know, we have a friendlies league, Goats, OH, Sunrise. Thank you guys for putting up with us over all these years and getting us to 50, and we can play in a tournament like this. Burmester on strike. Here we go. See how he goes with the off spinner. Yep, was an old Georgians member in his youth. Now a base.
Burmester?
Yeah.
Didn't actually know that.
Yeah. Oh, play and a miss. Well bowled. Spinner just keeping a nice line. Bowling on the fourth or fifth stump.
Yeah.
Oh. Now Burmy is not dropped their field. Obviously wanting to keep him on strike for the last ball of the over. You're trying to give him a single. Quite a clever tactic.
Interesting.
Oh, there's
Give
a
another
wide.
big
There we go.
base there.
Top short. So 3 wides there.
Yeah, 3 wides. Good chase there from Gab, making sure he saved a couple more for his team. Stretching the ham is there, showing that he's still a young man.
Yeah, that's looks a bit wide.
That looks a bit wide. Mark also thought it was wide.
Gave the umpire a second glance, but no negotiation there on the wide.
Oh, 4 runs off that over. Feet up if you're a Zimbabwean fan.
Yeah, all of
1-1-1.
All of you Zimbos around the world, lift your leg up. There was a famous Zimbabwean cricketer called Lawrence de Grandhomme. His son Colin played for New Zealand, and he lived at 111 Montgomery Drive, and his bar was called. Yeah, so we tip our hat in memory of Laurie de Grandhomme. Oh. Walton on 18. Sounds 4.
Lovely way to get off the Nelson there by Andy Walton. Lovely cricket shot, just hit that over the bowler. I think the best place to place a cricket ball, right over his head.
Right in the beak, yeah.
And dig it in by nationality, wouldn't it? In July.
Yeah, here we go. Yeah.
As you just heard that from Chino. That Andy Walton actually played for Australia earlier on last year.
Yeah, I think we offered him more money. We brought some Tanganda tea and some Mazoe orange, and that sealed the deal.
Because I haven't heard that in a minute, Tanganda tea.
You can't trust the teas they give you in the.
We're just having a look at scores around the country at the moment.
Yeah, how the other matches going?
So the 2 matches in this group, Sri Lanka taking on the United States of America, USA doing very well in that game. Sri Lanka batting first, they are 80 for 6 after 27 overs.
Oh, wow.
Fortunately for both those sides, their lives are not in their hands. They need favors from either Canada or Australia today. If one of those results go their way, then whoever wins that match will make the semi-finals.
And the New Zealand Canada match?
New Zealand taking on Canada. New Zealand doing well in that match, 136 for 3 in 26 overs.
Oh dear, no, we didn't need to hear that. We were hoping for.
Of course, not the result that any of the Zimbabwean fans would like to hear, but the most important result is the one happening on this ground at the moment.
15 for 4.
115 for 4.
Well set. Yeah, let's keep going. As our slinky Tiro Aussie man walks past us. Yeah, Andrew did play a couple of games for Australia, but COVID disrupted everyone's life, and now with, he's getting a bit older, and I think this to come back, and Aussie got a far bigger player base to choose from. We've got about 25, 30 players at the most who are actively playing over 50 years old. And you saw it when we went to the Over-50s World Cup. Our team was out of shape and struggled, hadn't played for a long time. So we don't have the numbers. So for them to lose Andy, which is very good of them to let him come to us, is a big
Big win for Zimbabwe.
Yeah, we always going to be grateful. And he's a great fielder and a good bowler and all round nice bloke.
All around great cricketer and great human being. Jaffa continues. Shot and I don't know.
Oh, dropped
Put
it.
down.
Cover. Short, long hop. Burmester dispatches it to cover. He spoons it. That was a let off. And Mark to cover. I think he might respond positively now.
Yeah, Zimbabwe need him too. Not the time for Zimbabwe to lose a wicket here.
There we go. There he is. Off the mark. Down to mid-on. Burmy gets off the...
Well, we've heard this every game from the Zimbabwean sideline. Very, very loud bunch of supporters that you guys have here.
Yeah, we got a whole lot of our wives and children have come, and it makes a big difference, But and Mrs. Burmester flew in last night, so sure she'll be. Oh, that looked
Yeah,
close to the white line.
Yeah, flirting with the white line there is Jaffa. Umpire Stian Kamp, very experienced umpire, first class umpire in South Africa. Yeah, let's that one go.
To all Zimbabwean originals who live in Cape Town, we urge you to pop down to Rondebosch here and come and have a look at this game as it progresses through the day. I know there's a large Zimbabwe contingent in Cape Town, and beautiful day here at Rondebosch. Fantastic facilities, and I'm sure you'll appreciate it. There we go, Walton. Football. Oh, to mid wicket. Let's go through for one.
Yeah, didn't hit that as well as he wanted to, but just
probably a good
short.
thing. Yeah, probably a good thing.
Drops just a tad short, and they'll get a single. So good over that from an Australian perspective. Just 2 runs coming off it. 117 for 4.
Okay, if you can, I'd like to just sign off now. I've got to go back and do my water duties. 30 over water break coming up soon. So yeah, thanks guys for having us, and yeah, we'll try and pop back later and chat a bit more.
Yeah, it was great having you here, Greg, and obviously come back when you can.
Sure.
Obviously, a few of the fans appreciated all the insight we got about the Zimbabwean team.
Hey, it's been a pleasure, and thank you for all the good work again that Pitch Vision is doing. And we watch Walton dab one through. Oh, what a clever shot! Just dabbed it down between backward point and point. Score moves very well up to 121 for 4. My son and Michael in Johannesburg. Hope you're doing some work and not listening to this commentary.
Enjoy split screening it with the spreadsheet. Big shot that is that in the gap. Coming around is Big Damian Meek, and saves a couple of runs there for his country.
Yeah. Watches over out as Burmester now faces full spinner. End for the first time.
Put a turn there.
Yeah.
From Garland.
Burmy going well forward. No, I don't think you go back much on this track. You tend to go forward if you get a chance.
Especially against the spinners.
Solid sound of the bat there. He's appealing for everything.
Yeah, and umpire Warren Weinhardt agrees with you as well. 2 local umpires as well.
Yeah, the umpires have been great, I gotta say.
Absolutely fantastic.
And we thank them for all their talent, outside the line, I think.
Yeah, I think he got himself just outside the line of off stump there.
Burmester needs to be careful. He needs to get his bat on ball and get off strike. That's his job. Yeah, I see a big shot coming. Yeah, one to the covers. See you later, guys.
Thanks so much. End of 28 overs. Zimbabwe 1, 2, 3 for 4. As we get our first result uh, of a first inning score in this match as we're speaking about Namibia taking on Pakistan. Namibia bowled out for 67. So Pakistan doing all they can to try and get themselves in the playoffs of the competition. They need a big favor from either Wales, who are taking on England, or the United Arab Emirates, who are taking on South Africa. Back to some live action here. Jaffa continues. This is about 7 overs, not for 30 so far. Burmester gets on the front foot and defends that. Taking his time here, Mr. Walton has taken the charge. He needs to. Beats the outside edge. All ball there from Jaffa. The start of this over. 3 dot balls. We're coming towards the end of the second power play. Well played from Burmester. Spoke about trying to hit the sweepers as often as possible, and exactly what he does on that occasion. Outside off, left it on. Just didn't bounce as much on that occasion. Walton leaves it alone. Just a single from that over. 124 for 4 after 29 overs. Let's go cheap. Maybe a water, please. So 30 overs gone. 128 for 4 as we take yet another drinks break powered by Vita 24. Back live here at Runnerbosh Cricket Club. It is now in Australia, the skipper himself, Tony Clark. So no ball off the first ball. They ran a single there, so they are allowed to change the field. It was a fielding no ball. There's 6 fielders outside the circle. This one is hit hard as straight as the fielder going to come around on that occasion. Yes, he will. Just a single. The start to the over. 3 runs off the first ball. Shot. All fielded by the bowler there. Leading edge on that occasion. Soft hands by the batter and rolls to the third man region for a single. So score is 144 for 4 after 32.3 overs. Zimbabwe consistently batting at 4.5 to the over. So it's 4.44, the run rate at the moment. Good ball, and well respected that by Andy Walton. He's got an attack comfortable now. His faced 37 deliveries. He's seen how the wicket is playing. A couple of boundaries as well. He's going to become the key man here for Zimbabwe. Comes off the pad. Lovely to see Fielder throwing his body around on that occasion for his side. Those Australian fielders throwing the bodies around like they're 30-year-olds. Seen that through a bit on the full side. Play this into the vacant. That was the end of the 33rd over. Zimbabwe moved to 146 for 6, 146 for 4. Looks like he'll ball a few offies here to Mark Burmester. And it's a dot ball to start for Papoto. This time pushes it to the offside at point, and it's another dot ball. Papoto has started well. Burmester maybe just having a bit of a look. See if there's any turn or any gremlins in his bowling. On the ground, the Zimbabwean pair needs to be doing at this stage of the game. Hit the sweepers, get as many 1s and 2s as possible. Give yourself a launch pad for those last 5 overs. What a catch! What a catch that from Brad Papoto. Andy Walton is gone. He made 36 of 48. And a little bit of trouble now for Zimbabwe. 33 overs, 33.4 overs. Walton walks for 36. Zimbabwe 147 for 5. Absolutely spectacular catch that from Brad Papoto. And breaks a big partnership of 40 for Zimbabwe as we see a new man walking into the crease, Kelly Bennett. On the front foot, and he fends that off back to the bowler. Yet again, Zimbabwe looks to start again. Get this partnership to start off a bit. This might obviously slow down the run rate a tad. Bennett plays that to the fielder. So successful over that for Australia. 1 run in a wicket. 147 for 5 after 34 overs. Method on that occasion to the fielder as Premister hits that to the fence. Beautiful form brings up the 150 for Zimbabwe. Given. Gone. Kelly Bennett doesn't trouble the scorers all that much. Swinging back in, and the skipper gets his first wicket. Zimbabwe lose. Wicket number 6. So a massive wicket that in the context of the game. 2 quick wickets for Australia. Zimbabwe now a little bit of trouble now. 152 for 6 as they see a new man walking into the crease. Craig Evans. Big man is Craig Evans. And it becomes a big wicket now for this Zimbabwean side. 152 for 6. A little bit of stability they need here to get themselves at least to the 45th over, get to more or less the 200 mark. And the Zimbabwean batting order now is just going to have to dig a little bit deep to get themselves to that point. Clark to Evans. Son is racing to the fence. This is going to be 4. Fortunate that for Burmester. But this will trickle to the fence, and it's a productive over for Zimbabwe. A successful one for Australia. 10 runs coming off it there. Zimbabwe now 157 for 6. There was a chance there for a wicket for Australia, and Tony Clark is not too happy. Just asking his fielder to not hug the edge of the 30-yard circle and take just a few steps in. Managed to keep the Zimbabwean batters quiet here as Brad Papato starts off with a dot ball to Craig Evans. Start. Just dropping a bit short of the man on the edge off the square leg boundary there. And now the Zimbabweans will get through for a single. And aggressive stroke that from Craig Evans. Brad Papato will not mind that one bit. He's got the fielder for that exact cricket shot. Burmester always looking to attack. And I was looking to heave that right over the bowler's head. But well bowled by Papato. Happy just to hit that down the ground to Damien Meek right on the long off boundary, and it's another single. Yet again from Papato, just happy to play that down the ground to Damien Meek and long off, and 3 singles in that over for Zimbabwe. 9 overs left in the innings, 160 for 6.
Yeah, the fanning looks best now. The dance. Yeah.
He looks kind of. Oh well by Clark. So it just comes off the inside half of the bat, and they'll scamper through for a single. I say scamper, they walked that single. Just coming off the inside half of the bat, nobody on the edge of the circle on the leg side except the man at fine leg. So the wicket could have, but probably the right decision there to not try and run that second one. I was saying the 5 fielders here on the boundary. It is a third and final power play. They're allowed to have 5 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. They've gone with man sweeping on the cover boundary. Traditional long off, long on. Man catching on the deep wicket boundary, and a man for the sweep shot at deep backwards off square leg. Change of the field though. Man at short fine leg comes around to your more orthodox mid wicket. Deep mid wicket moves to more cow. Our first stop ball in this over. Shot. Pound the cap there. The chase is on. Brett James is chasing it. Is he going to get there? Yes, he will. And the Zimbabwean pair will come back for 2 more. Spoke about the support here at the ground. Lots of support for both sides, but in particular for the Zimbabwean side. Spoke about few people coming down and supporting the Zimbabweans here at Rondebosch Cricket Club. We saw a few people come down at Weinberg High School. This is played straight down the ground Chases on. Will the fielder get there? No, he won't. It's a boundary. Clark is not too happy. Beautiful shot there from Craig Evans. Hits that down the ground, past the bowler. Probably could have done better off his own bowling there with the field. And unfortunately missed well on the boundary, and it's another boundary. Clark concludes his over. And they hit the sweeper there. So productive over that for Zimbabwe. 9 runs coming off it. Score moves. Brett Papoda continues. And continues to pin the Zimbabwean batters down and struggle to get him away from a run scoring basis. Goes across. Probably just outside the line there. Papoda is inquiring with the umpire yet again. Gives him a few looks there. And but umpire Warren Veingaard, another first class umpire here in South Africa, he says not out. Down the ground. Hitting the long off man, sweeping the long on boundary. And they'll get through for a single. So Papoda continues to keep the Zimbabwean batters quiet. He's only confidence, expecting that big shot. Hits it down to the cow corner region, and they'll get through for another comfortable single. Australia won't mind this one bit. It's been a bit on the expensive side. Self on. Lay back to the bowler there for a dot ball. Through the cover region. And the Zimbabwean batters so far have hit the sweepers very well. This partnership goes on to 21. This pair has been very happy to give each other strike. Getting down the ground as often as possible. They've only hit one boundary in this partnership so far. This one just goes past the man at mid-wicket, and again, another single. Let's just keep taking the singles. And we'll get, 4 or 5 and over. Currently betting at 4.53 to the over. Roughly would get just over the 200 mark, exactly what Zimbabwe were hoping for when they lost the toss and were put in. Shot over the top, and it's a maximum from Craig Evans. Crowd absolutely loves that here at Rondebosch Cricket Club. And it was a big hit. We were expecting the big shot from Craig Evans. This one goes, he attacked the fielder, and it goes right over the man at long off and flies over his head for a maximum. They've got 8 runs off this over so far. Back to live action. Runs that down to third man. and they get a single. Textbook cricket that. Hit a boundary, then get to the other end. Burmester down the ground to the man, a deep backward of square leg, and they get through for a single. Very good over that. From a Zimbabwean perspective, 10 runs come off it. It's 182 for 6. 6 overs remaining in the piece. Oh, Popoto will continue. 3 overs, 1 for 7. On the ground goes Burmester. And they've been keeping Demi Meek down here on the long on boundary a bit busy over the last couple of overs. If we look around the scores across the country in this Over-50s Cricket World Cup, this is Group A. It's an interesting dynamic in this Group A. 4 teams still in with the chance of making the playoffs. This one comes off the inside of the bat. Didn't hit that cleanly, straight to the fielder. That's 4 teams still in with the chance, Zimbabwe being one of them, having to win this match to confirm their spot in the playoffs. Good shot. Oh, misfield on the boundary, and that is 4. Crowd erupts yet again. Our first boundary coming off Brett Popoto's bowling. He's kept it tight. He's kept the Zimbabwean batters quiet until, well, that particular point. Shouldn't have been a boundary. That's what it says on the scorebook, right? So the other 2 group games on the go right now. New Zealand taking on Canada. New Zealand 219 for 4 after 37 overs. They need to win that game. They win that game, they are into the playoffs. Simple and straightforward. Big shot that. The catch gonna be taken? No, it is not. Goes into the deep and they just get through a single. And the other one being Australia, beg your pardon, USA taking on Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka 112 for 9. The winner of that match needs a favor from Australia in this match and or Canada. Damon McDonough on the boundary yet again doing some fielding. And the Zimbabweans get through for a single. So another good over there for Zimbabwe, 7 coming off. Score moves to 189 for 6 after 40 overs. So Sri Lanka and the United States 112 for 9 in that match. They need either Canada or Australia to win for them to be able to progress to the playoffs. Pakistan taking on Namibia in the Group B match. Pakistan now 33 without loss after 8 overs. They are chasing 68 to win. So Pakistan on the verge of picking up that victory. They will do all that is in their power to win, but they need a big favor from the United Arab Emirates, who are taking on South Africa. South Africa are 201 for 1 after 38 overs in that particular game. And also a big favor from Wales, who are taking on England. Wales 123 for 4 after 39 overs. Changing bowling here for Australia. Stephen Golan comes back into the attack. He's bowled 6 overs, 1 for 31. Also, getting word that Sri Lanka have just been bowled out by the United States of America for 114. So USA will require 115 to win in that match. They still need Australia or Canada to win those matches for them to be able to progress into the playoffs. Looking to cut, and the finisher is disturbed, and there's wicket number 7 for Australia. So he was doing well, was Mark Bemister, tried to cut one that was not there to cut, and Stephen Golan back into the attack and gets a wicket off his very first ball. So Mark Bemister walks, he made 31 of 45. Zimbabwe 189 for 7. Back off for the start on the new man in for Zimbabwe, coming in at number 9. The score at 189. Zimbabwe looking to score in the latter stages of this game. Jones Craig Evans was on 26 and seems to be hitting the ball well. Golan continues. That time the ball was there for the cut shot, a bit on the short side. But it goes straight to hand. Looking to cut again. Swat the man at the sweeper region, and they will come back for 2 runs. Good run in there from Van Staden and Evans. Good awareness as well for the fielders are on the field. So Michael Van Staden's been Zimbabwe's best bowler in this competition up until this point. Has got 5 and 4.5 overs here to score a few more runs to give himself something to bowl at a little bit later. Play to the gap. And this is something the Zimbabwean batters today have done very well. And that's why the Zimbabwean score is not higher than 100, the 192 that it is. Play back. So if you're just joining us for the first time, good morning and good afternoon in Zimbabwe, good evening in Australia. This is the Evergreen Over-50s Cricket World Cup brought to you by Vita 24, Devil's Peak Lager, Sisonke. The Potter will continue. He's bowled 4 overs, 1 for 14. Last over going for a few runs. So he's kept the Zimbabwean batters quiet. And starting still relatively new to the crease, and Evans faced 21 deliveries for his 26 right now. Big stride in there from Van Staden, and happy to defend that back to the bowler. Hopefully, from a Zimbabwean perspective, he's not looking to do that too many times. Must out there does. Three dot balls, absolutely fantastic. This for Australia. Van Staden looking to fend off again, and it's another dot ball. Drop and run, and they'll get through for a single. Australia won't mind that. That's just a single. 1 ball left in this over. If they can keep keep Craig Evans quiet off this ball, they'll get to bowl another over to the new man Van Staden. So not too mad at that. Let's see what Evans does with this particular ball. Big shot from Craig Evans. This is in the air. This is going over. This is a maximum from Craig Evans. Your traditional slog sweep, and it flies over the fence for a maximum, taking the score to 199 for 7 after 42 overs. So, Craig Evans, the man who donned the Zimbabwe international cricket shirts back in the day in the late 90s, 56 times. Good to see him here in the Over-50s Cricket World Cup. Took 21 ODI wickets in his career, 764 international runs. Big shot, huge shot, and there it is, gone. Umpire Steenkamp agrees with Stephen Start goes for 4. He faced 11 deliveries. Zimbabwe now 199 for 8. New man into the crease for Zimbabwe, Brian Goodwin. Brian, if not the best, probably the second best athlete in the Zimbabwean team. Moves around the field like he's 14 years old. It'll be interesting to see who's left. How many runs can he put on the board for his country here? So the eldest of the 3 Goodwin brothers out with an injury. Him being the senior Goodwin in this match today. He's already seen his brother make a quick, beautiful cricket shot that from Brian Goodwin, and you see how quickly he gets down to the other end. He's a very athletic cricketer. 200 comes up for Zimbabwe. By the way, Steph Garland has been absolutely fantastic with the ball here. He's taken 3 wickets. He's found a way to peg the Zimbabwean batters, and with regularity. Might even bowl the last over the way he's going. This is his 8th, so he does have one more over after this. Evans just having a look around. Long off, long on, and sweeper. This one is in the gap. Will they look for 2? Brian is looking to come back for 2. Shot. This is in the gap. No, it's straight to the man. Hit with conviction this time, so the batters won't be able to come back for the second. Sorry, almost fed you that thing. Are you hard? Oh, Craig Evans looking to run there, but fantastic awareness there by Brian Goodwin, noticing that was the last ball of the over. Give Craig Evans as much of the strike. So successful over again for Australia. They get a wicket. Zimbabwe gets 4 runs. 203 for 3. 12 balls remaining in this innings. So Brett Popoto will bowl the last over of the innings from the city end, the university end as we call it. Popoto has been fantastic. 5 overs, 1 for 21. 7 runs off his last over, 8 of the over before that, but he'd been keeping the Zimbabwean batters quiet, strangling them a bit, asking them to make the play. Obviously now at this late stage of the match, we're going to see a few extravagant shots, and we'll see. Craig Evans on 35. He's only faced 24 deliveries, playing a lot of jam of a knock here for Zimbabwe. So just adjusting his field here is Popoto. And mid-wicket drops. And the man at deep backward of square has come in now to a backward square leg on the edge of the fence. Sweep along off long on, and those 2 fielders. Down the ground, is this over? Yes, it is. Hit with conviction. Craig Evans is hitting the ball hard today, and is hitting it with regularity. Popoto down the leg side, and it's a wide. Zimbabwe will get an extra run there, and I'll get to face an extra ball as well. Wicketkeeper comes down to Popoto. He's seen something. I don't think the scorer saw that. Umpire Warren Venkart. This time it goes to the sweep shot. One leg, pedals it over the top, and it's 4 more.
Come on, mate. Like this.
Poto ball well up until this over. Beautiful cricket shot that's from Evans. Opens his bat, runs it down, and they scamper through for a single. Wide second ball. Oh well, they'll notice just now. That's fine, they fixed it. Well, they fixed the runs, but not the balls. Fixed it now. So fans that one off, and Craig Evans walks down to him and tells him, "Have a go, mate." And we'll see what he does here. Goodwin, Popoto, play that, and we'll get a single. Maybe not the worst result for Australia in that situation. 13 runs coming off the penultimate over there for Zimbabwe. 216 for 8 after 44. 1 over left. Brian Goodwin will face the first ball off that last over, and it seems like Steph Golan will be the man to bowl it. Here we go. Exactly what the Zimbabwean batters needed in that occasion. Single down the ground. 217 on the board, and they get the right man on strike as well. Our first result of the day is in Pakistan beating Namibia by 10 wickets. Pakistan now on 11 points, temporarily on top of their group, and they need a favor from either the United Arab Emirates or from Wales. Opens the face of the bat there. Not looking to overhit it on that occasion. It's just a single. Brian Goodwin looking for the big shot there, and it's a dot ball. Welcome dot ball in the last over of the innings. Every time you bowl a dot ball in the last over of the innings, you are very happy. Craig Evans just stretching it out. You can see done a big job for his country, yeah? So 3 balls left, 218 on the board. Golan to Goodwin. Play that back to the bowler. And it's 2 dot balls in a row. Good work here from Golan. It's kept the Zimbabweans quiet here in the last over. Big shot. This one is going into the deep. Straight to the fielder. They'll scamper through for a single. So Craig Evans, he's got a chance here to get to his 50 off the last ball of the innings. Last ball of the innings. Big shot. Is that going? They're coming back for two. No, they're just going to get the single. So good cricket there from Steph Golan. Absolutely magnificent last over there for Australia. Only 4 runs coming off it. And that concludes the first innings. Zimbabwe making 220 for 8 in their allotted 45 overs after being put into bats. Not a bad result for the Zimbabwean side. The claps we are hearing are for Craig Evans. Fantastic knock. He gets a few handshakes from the Aussies. Lovely little cameo. He makes 48 not out of 30 and had to stand up today after Zimbabwe lost their 2 premier batters of Stuart Carlisle and Murray Goodwin. So he carries his bats, and the Zimbabwean batters, the Zimbabwean fans, very happy to clap him off, give him a hero's clap. And there you have it, folks. This is the Evergreen Over-50s Cricket World Cup, match number 32. Beg your pardon, match number 37. Zimbabwe taking on Australia. Australia winning the toss, electing to field. Zimbabwe in their 45 overs made 220 for 8. Lunchtime here at Rondebosch Cricket Club. The chase is next.
54 and nice early wicket.
So on day 11 of the tour, it is round number 7 of the Over-50s Cricket World Cup. It is the final innings here in Group A in the round robin section of this Over-50s Cricket World Cup, sponsored by Evergreen Lifestyle. Zimbabwe taking on Australia. Australia winning the toss, electing to field. Zimbabwe puts 220 on the board. Australia will try and give chase. The world number 1 ranked Over-50s player facing Steph Mace. Outside of Stumpman is just left alone. It is Michael van Staden, the man with the ball in hand for Zimbabwe. And alongside Steph Mace, it's Anthony Barranca. So Australia requiring 221 runs and 269 deliveries. It's just under 5 runs to the over. It's going to be an interesting chase here. Zimbabwe need to win to top the group and qualify for the semi-finals. Australia playing to get into the top 4 so they can be in the higher placing matches. Good start here by Mike van Staden. Just missed the bowler there on that occasion, and they get through to the other end. And those are the first runs for Australia. 229 required for them. So Michael van Staden bowled the most dot balls in this World Cup so far, leading up to this point. He is currently 10th on the wicket takers list with 8 wickets, 4 behind the leading wicket taker in the competition, Himanshu Pattaria. Barranca's first ball is placed right back to the bowler. And on the money. To start off this opening over here for Zimbabwe, Australia won without loss. A good start here for the Australian side, but you have to remember as well that Zimbabwe were 6 without loss after 5 overs. They started pretty slow, and Australia maybe have to take a little bit. Australia maybe just have to copy Zimbabwe's tactic in terms of batting. They started off slow, making sure that they got through the initial period where the ball is gonna move a little bit. This pink ball generally seems to move a little bit longer, but they weathered the storm and then ended up putting 220 on the board. See how Australia pace themselves in this chase. Starting from the other end for Zimbabwe, it's Gary Spence.
Wait, wait.
Wide to start off here from Spence. A quick reminder again of the group situation here in Group A. Zimbabwe topping the group with the round rates of just negative 0.4, so requiring 2 wins here to top the group and to qualify for the playoffs. Spence. Big swing there from Steph Mace. Bit on the short side there by Gary Spence. Steph Mace misses out. On the back foot and played to the man at extra cover. Oh, poor throw there. Lack of awareness. Kelly Bennett was the fielder there. And the umpire does send the two batters back. The ball was dead. So it is a dot ball. So New Zealand making 289 for 9 in their 45 overs. Canada will need 290 in that match. And USA at 35 without loss, chasing 115 against Sri Lanka in that game. Both of those teams looking to win and qualify for the playoffs. They'll need a favor from either Australia or Canada. Bit of width there, but it hits straight to Kelly Bennett again. Crowd absolutely loves that. Shot wide this time, frees his arms, and this one is racing to the fence for the first boundary for Australia. He's yet to find his line here with the consistency is Gary Spence. And it's just allowing the batters a little bit of freedom. And that time, too much width, a little bit short. And Steph Mace, he's the number 1 over-50s cricketer in the world. He's going to pounce on that. Shot wide, and it's identical. That is not a replay, ladies and gentlemen. That's another one. It's cut into the deep. And Australia get this chase underway. 2 overs done, 10 without loss. So not the best start with the ball there from Gary Spence. Probably going to have to adjust his line. Let's find a little bit of a rhythm as a spinner. Rhythm becomes a very big part of how you bowl. And that's going to become he's going to have to find his rhythm sooner rather than later. From start and continues from the university end. This is full. It's driven to the covers. But good teamwork there by Brian Goodwin and Kelly Bennett. And they're seeing it more like a silly cover. A little bit of width there on offer. It's played straight to the man at point, Craig Evans. On the back. Shot. Beautiful shot. That's from Anthony Paranka. The chase is on. The ball is going to win the race. Australia finding the boundary with regularity here. On the left side, keeper doesn't collect that. That's more extras here for the Zimbabwean side. And the batters will cross over twice. Got bat on that, so it's not going to be wild. It's a couple of runs to the total. So good over there for Australia, 8 coming off it. It's 18 without loss after 3. Gary Spence continues and runs off his first couple of bad balls, couple of boundaries there. This one is 4. Shot. Shot. Big shot that. And it's 6 runs there. Steph Mays having a go. Showing exactly why he's the number 1 ranked cricketer in over 50s cricket. I'll play that. Misfields on the boundary, and this is going to trickle over the rope, and it's 4 more. Started like a house on fire. Have the Australians batting at 7.5 to the over, only needing to be going at 4.7. And Steve Mace going on a little bit of a run here. Last over, the last ball of the Gary Spence over. This is short, wide, it's quicker, it's in the gap. It's in the air, it's 6 runs. It's it for Australia, 35 without loss. Good start. Andy Walton, the new man with the ball for Zimbabwe, needing to make a change here after a slightly sluggish start. That's being modest. So Andy Walton looking for a change of pace here. Murray Goodwin in discussion with his wicketkeeper and his bowlers. Need a couple of wickets here, need a couple of quiet overs. Wind is picking up. having to man our umbrella here in the comms box. Starship behind Walton. Couple of dot balls. So make those Australian batters have to actually work hard to score these runs. Chance for a run out on that occasion. All's well that ends well for the Aussie batters. Leg by, umpire says. So, Steve Mace, the man who's been hitting around, he's about to face Walton for the first time. All played. Goes straight to the skipper, Murray Goodwin. Third ball. All ball that by Andy Walton. So, much more quiet over that for Zimbabwe, and just bringing them back in the game a tad. Just a leg bar from that one. 36 without loss after 5. Well, seems like a change of hands here for Mike van Staden. Beg your pardon, that is Mark Burmester actually coming into the attack for the Zimbabwean outfit. Gary Spence expensive in his first 2 overs, 26 runs is gone for. And skipping it in to do something and calls upon one of his more experienced seam bowlers, Mark Burmester. Holding on with our loss after 5. Big shot, huge shout! Umpire Steenkamp says no. Down the leg side yet again on the pads. And starting consistent with that line. Got the three fielders on the edge of the circle. All of them in front of square on the leg side. Barranca. Looked like a good shot. Just didn't come out the middle there and goes straight to the man at point for a dot ball. Comes off the inside half of the bat there. Kelly Bennett does the work in the field, and it's a dot ball. So, wide in the fourth to start off, but his bounce back well has Mark Burmester. 6 overs gone, 41 without loss.
What Canada will do early days.
Alton to continue. Starts off on the pads, just a bit on the full side there, but well played by Steph Mace, and it's a dot ball. Big shout, huge shout there by Andy Walton, umpire Reinhardt. Says it's not out.
Only indeed.
Does well yet again, does Walton, keeping it in that line and length, just keeping that same region of just about middle and off, and well respected there by Mace. It's a dot ball. First really quite a little period here for Australia. Hasn't bowled this early so far in the competition. It off. Seeing the threat is coming from Andy Walton. They'll attack it from the other end. Okay. No commentator's curse on that occasion by Tariq. It's a full one, play straight to the man at cover, and it's a dot ball. So, maiden over for Andy Walton. Welcome maiden over. That's in the context of the game for Zimbabwe. 41. Without loss, the score stays after 7. So we are live here from Rondebosch Cricket Club in the heart of Cape Town for round 7 of this Over-50s Cricket World Cup. Full ball there by Burmester, plays straight to the man at cover. Stuart Carlisle and does the fielding there. Another welcome dot ball. In either group, this is driven for Anthony Barranca. Fielders on the leg side, deep backward square in the man at cow corner region. Seen Steve Mace have a go at it. Burmester. Shot, this is pulled straight in the air, but it's over him, and it's another maximum for Stephen. Short into the body. Easy pickings for the world number 1 ranked over-50s cricketer. On the back foot, this is punched back to the man in extra cover for a dot ball. Looking easier for Steph Mace. Oh, nothing. So, after the 6, 3 dot balls follow that. Good comeback from Burmester. Still a productive. Walton continues. So far, the best of the Zimbabwean bowlers. Yet to consider a run off the bat. Just one run off his bowling so far, leg by. This is flicked. This is a chance. It's in the air. And it's a 1 bounce 4. And another boundary. It's a 50 partnership to open the batting here.
Final.
So, guess of the commentator's curse on that occasion. First runs off his bat come through. Yeah, no, was the call there. Not what you want to hear from your batting partner. But all's well that ends well. Sent him back in a flash. So Barranca as well, starting to hit the ball with a little bit more fluidity. Moves to 16, 3 boundaries for him. Australia batting at over 6, and at this rate would comfortably get home. Would have been a wide. So try to cut it, bottom edges it, and it's a double. Inside edge, straight to the man. Oh, so overthrows on that occasion, and they end up getting home for an extra run. So sluggish start here by the Zimbabweans in the field. Half a shot for LBW, probably sliding down the leg side, and a little bit of bat as well there, as the umpire doesn't signal anything. So 1 run off the bat. Good over that. Best over the Australians have faced against Andy Walton. 6 coming off it, 54 without loss after 9. Cost 12 runs in his 2 overs so far. And he'll ball to Steph Mace on 33 of 30. Flirting with the wild line there, but umpire saying thinks that's within the convictions of the law, and that is a dot ball. Bit on the short side there, but it goes straight to the man at mid-off, and it's another dot ball. So Zimbabwe needs to try and build a little bit of pressure here, as many dot balls as possible. Currently scoring with relative ease of the Australian batters. Opens the face, runs it down, the chase is on. So starting gets there. And they'll come back for 2. Stressful times here for the Zimbabwean faithful. Hasn't been a great start with the ball. Australia batting at 5.7, only requiring to go at 4.7 to this point. So batting at basically 10 runs ahead of where the game situation requires them to be right now. Bounce back well, as promised. A couple of dot balls. Important for him and his side yeah, to end this over well. Straight to the man at fine leg, and they get through. Slightly more quiet over that. Only 3 runs coming off it. 10 gone, 57 without loss. The Watson continues. 3 overs, not for 6. Couple of maidens in there. Well played to Brian Goodwin at extra cover for another dot ball. Let's take a look at the scores from around the country during this 6th, 7th, and final round of over 50s Cricket World Cup action. Canada taking on New Zealand. New Zealand making 289 in their 45 overs. Canada. United States, they 82 without loss after 16, chasing 115 against Sri Lanka. Beauty. Absolute beauty that beaten just by a little change of pace, subtle change of pace there by Andy Walton. And it just flies outside the outside edge of the bat. But straight to Kelly Bennett, and it's another dot ball. Another one, played right back. Both his batters have struggled throughout this competition to find some runs. So it's a good time for them, yeah, to find form. And it's a 4. Another boundary for Steve Mace. It's his 8th boundary of the match. Beg your pardon, that was his 7th boundary of the match. Outside of some, just died down on the wicket keeper a little bit. That one, and it goes through for a dot ball. So it's comfortable right now for Australia. Marvin shot wide. This is cut away. Brian Goodwin throwing his body on the ground there, serving a certain boundary, and batters scampered through for a single. Wildly appreciated by the fans as well. Have a shot there for the leg before sliding down the leg side though. Get bet on that as well. Oh no. Good work by Kelly Bennett in the field. Good part of the Stuart Carlisle in the field doing the good work. So good over there for Australia. 6 coming off at 67 on the board, requiring 154 of 198, just under 4.7 to the over. Walton continues. Gone for 7 innings for over so far. And it's a dot ball. Bigger part on a single there for Steve Mace. Australian batters, and wouldn't mind just to rotate the strike now. Should walk it home with singles. 152 off 196. It's just under 4.7 now, the run rate. Dot ball. Good ball. Angling into the bowler, angling into the batter, bigger pardon, and it just swings away. And it's well respected by Mace. It slowed it down a little bit. Bit of an outside edge there, but well done on the edge of the circle by Bennett, and it's a dot ball. Bit of width on offer there, and it's cut away through the vacant point, cover point region, and that's racing to the fence for another boundary. So another good over there for Australia. 6 coming off the bat. It's 73 without loss after 13. 148 to get from 192. Would be happy with the job their team has doing at this point in the game. 73-run opening stand. Probably one of the better opening stands in this competition so far. So Zimbabwe go to their premier spinner after things are not just going their way as Darshan Vagmaria becomes a new man who will try and stem the flow runs here for Australia. So Vagmaria, new man with the ball. Can he get a much needed breakthrough here for Zimbabwe? Barranca on strike. Left alone, not much turning over there. So, a couple of dot balls to start. Probably just a bit on the short side with the length there. But Barranco just having a watchful look before he starts making a play. Uses the speed, goes down the ground, chases on there for Andy Walton. He's one of the better fielders. He is not stopping. And he gets there, stops a couple of runs. It's a bit aerial, but I hit it in a vacant region. So in the end, it's relatively risk-free. Cricket shot that. Catch in the air. This is cut away. This is racing to the fence as well. The chase is on. And well done. And the boundary there by Van Staden. It is easy so far for this Australian batters. But the Zimbabweans are not giving up without a fight. So saving a couple there on that occasion for starting. It's short and wide yet again, but this time it's cracked straight to the man. At points, it's a dot ball. They've struggled with their lines, with the length of the Zimbabwean bowlers. And so far, just easy pickings for these Aussie batters. Doesn't bounce as much. Misses out there as Anthony Baraka, and it's a dot ball to end a pretty productive over for Australia. 4 runs coming off it. It's 77 without loss. So big shout out to our sponsors here for the Over-50s Cricket World Cup. It's title sponsor Evergreen Lifestyle. And alongside our Vita Boost, Vita 24, our official lager for the competition, Devil's Peak Lager. And Sisonke Tourism, Tour and Travel. And a big shout out to the City of Cape Town as well for hosting us for this Evergreen Over-50s World Cup. United States have just beat Sri Lanka by 10 wickets. Ashton put down. Tough chance there for Gav Parker. Was dipping on him. Probably did get a glove to that, and unfortunately for the Zimbabweans, it goes to ground. Haven't had too many chances of the Zimbabwean bowlers. It's one that would have liked to have. On the back foot, it's played straight to Murray Goodwin, and it's a dot ball. For a single. So after a couple of dot balls, Mace takes a much needed single, gets himself to the other end. Given half a chance already to the Zimbabwean wicketkeeper. Tough chance it was, but it's been put down. And in a match with the circumstances this big, not what Zimbabwe need. Full and driven straight to Brian Goodwin in the covers. And that's a dot ball. So a couple of overs left in the first power play. Couple of balls remaining in the first power play. How does Walton finish this off? First of those 2 balls is a slower one, and it goes to the man at cover for a dot ball. So if you break the game up into little segments and pieces, Australia definitely winning the first half of this, the first third of this match. 78 on the board, 1 ball left. Full drive, this is going straight to Goodwin again. So, well bowled in the end by Andrew Walton, just a 1. 15 overs gone at 78 without loss. We'll take a drinks break, powered by Vita 24. Zimbabwe can have a little bit more protection on. There's a man catching close, Kelly Bennett. McMurray continues, full ball, fended back to the bowler. Zimbabwean support. This moment, encouragement that the Zimbabwean fielders and bowlers need. Down the and they're coming back for 2. So 3 extra runs there. Not what Zimbabwe need in this moment. By the way, Steve Mace strike rate uses the feet just wide of the man in the catching position there, and they'll scamper through for a single. It's only 4 fielders on the offside, yeah? No one protecting the offside boundary. Got a man at drop into deep echo square, man at car corner, man at long on. So Zimbabwe can still have 1 more out. They opt not to go with it. Uses the feet well. So quite a few caps on the offside. If the batter is looking to hit it through that region. Uses the feet. And it's hit. Uses the feet well. Steve Mace, this is going straight down the ground. Fielders coming around. It will be 1. Will they come back for 2? Yes, they will. So good knock here for Steve Mace. Proving why he is the world #1 ranked batter in over 50s cricket. And he started off well here with the bat, and can he push through for his side and they get a 3rd victory on the bounce? So big over there for Australia. 9 runs coming off it. 87 without loss after 16. Walton continues. Ball this is driven. Murray Goodwin throwing his body around. He knew that was going to happen. Have to hit it well to get it past either one of those Goodwins. And they're standing right next to each other. Good work. It's only 133 more to get now for Australia. 5.4 they're batting at where they need to be. Continues with freedom. All ball. Well played as well. And good one-hand pickup there from Premister. From Van Staden, beg your pardon. It's another dot. Wide ball. Another extra that's to the total for Australia. And they get another ball as well. This is full and it's going to be flicked to the fine leg region and they'll get through for another single. Kelly Bennett, the man at fine leg, doing the fielding. 90 on the board. Fantastic opening stand here for the Australian side. The 2 informed sides in the competition right now. Australia looking to make it 3 on the bounce. Zimbabwe looking to make it 5 on the bounce. hits the pad, half an appeal, but outside the line, and it's a dot ball. So as things stand in the group right now, USA top the group with 4 wins and 2 losses, 0 point with 8 points and a net run rate of 0.95. Flick, this is a chance. No, that's not a chance. It's wide of the fielder, and it's 4 runs. Barranca finds the boundary on the last ball of the over. Another good over for Australia. 7 coming off it. 94 after 17. McMurray continues. This one is down the leg side. It's helped on its way. The chase is on. Ball is going to win the race. It's another boundary. Easy pickings these for the Aussie batters. And McMurray losing his line there on that particular occasion. And just helps it on his way. And it's running down for 4. So 98-run opening stand for the Aussies. Looking for their first 100-run opening stand in this competition. Oh, looking for the big shot there. Well, Steve Mace. But gets a bottom edge on it, and that's probably what helped him on that occasion. Top ball. Zimbabwe need a wicket here. Started the day off top of the table. Could end its 3rd and out of the playoffs. Started off the over. Fantastic touch here. It's short. It's pulled. It's in the deep. 1 run. So good work there by Kerry Spence. On the boundary, 5 runs coming off it. Still a great over for Australia. 1 away from the 100 after 18.
That's when Zimbabwe was about 17.
So since Zimbabwe come back already in this competition against Sri Lanka, they're going to need a big job to come back from this match. Skipper throws the ball to himself in this occasion. Murray Goodwin. Looking for the big shot there, and wicketkeeper can't gather that. So even when the bowler is bowling well, runs are still coming through for Australia. They're going to come back for 3? No. So a couple of bars on that occasion. 100-run partnership for the Australian openers. So 124 on the board. 124 run partnership and only 97 to win. This is shots over the top. 4 more. Boundary ball now just happening for Australia.
That way. That's mockery.
After suffering defeat on the opening day to New Zealand. Big defeat to New Zealand on the opening day. A defeat that actually is hurting their chances right now of making the playoffs, as their net run rate is the major reason why they need to win this game. And unfortunately for the Zimbabwean faithful, Australia walking it home and looking to finish in the top 4 of their group as well. Seen stranger things happen in cricket is what Tariq just said to me. So do not lose hope. 1 overs. So Zimbabwe are to win this game, they're going to need to take wickets. And as you can see, another change in the bowling from the Zimbabwean front. Tim Bartlett comes into the attack now. Everyone who's come into the attack so far, barring Ender Walton, has travelled. Will it be the same story with Tim Bartlett? He'll bowl to Anthony Barranca, Australia's wicketkeeper, on 49.
Maybe.
So Tim Bartlett to Anthony Barranca on 49. Starts off with floating with the white line actually, and umpire judged that to be between the white lines, and it's a double. Full, driven down the ground, comfortable single, and that is 50 for Anthony Barranca. So 50 for both openers here for the Australian side, dominating the bowling of the Zimbabweans and walking this target home for Australia. They found form at the right time, right towards the end of the competition. And if they'd won one more game, they'd find themselves with the chance of making the playoffs. But unfortunately, just finding the form a bit late. But they still want to pick up 3 wins on the trot to end off this group stage. Bartlett continues. Strays onto the pads. Easy pickings, turned around the corner. Another single. No joy in the field for the Zimbabwean bowlers so far. All they've seen is the ball flying over their heads, or past them left or right on the ground. This pair has hit 19 boundaries between the pair of them, 16 fours and 3 sixes.
Go.
Full ball defended by Barranca. Fantastic understanding of the game. So 6 runs coming off it. Basically every over going at 6 now. They've picked up the run rates from 5.3 back to 6.1. Australia 135 without loss. They need 86 more. Australia 135 without loss. They need 86 more. Kelly Bennett, the new man with the ball for Zimbabwe, starts off just outside the off stump, and it is a wide. Oh my goodness, what's the rule today? Normal colored stuff. I'm feeling that close up. That's all right. Yes. Shot wide. On the back foot, but goes straight to the man at point. That's Brian Goodwin doing the field. So last ball of the 23rd over. Good use of the feet. And hits that down the ground to Darshan Vagmaria. So another productive over for Australia. 5 coming off it. It's 140 without loss after 23. In some water there, the Australian pair doing a lot of the heavy lifting for their side, yeah. By far the best batting performance of the Australian team in this competition. Timmy Bartlett continues. Call for a wicket from the Zimbabwean crowd. Boundary. Finding the boundary rope with the regularity of the Australian pair of Anthony Barranca and Steve Mace. 21st boundary of the innings. And they are racing home to victory here. Outside edge. The ball is bouncing the way of Australia today in the field. And this is racing to the fence, although off and start, and we'll cut it off and they will come back for two more. Left it on. On the back foot there. And it's a dot ball. Another productive over for Australia. 6 coming off. Its score now moves to 146 without loss after 24 overs. So if you are just joining us, it is the Evergreen Over-50s Cricket World Cup happening here live from South Africa in Cape Town. It is round number 7. Australia winning the toss, electing to bowl, getting 8 wickets and restricting Zimbabwe to 200. Kelly Bennett will continue. Spoil 1 over for 5.
Elite. Not really.
Full from Bennett. Little bit of a misfield there from Andy Walton, and it's a dart. It's 1 run. So going Australia's way has been for the last. Got him! And they finally get a wicket to the Zimbabwean, and listen to the crowd. It was an absolutely fantastic knock that from Anthony Barranca. He made 61 of 71 with 10 boundaries. He was looking fluid and he was looking on for a big score of 100. But Anthony Barranca takes a walk back to the pavilion. Loud standing ovation from his teammates because it's 147 for 1. Paul Wybert, the new man in for Australia. Most of the hard work has been done by the openers. Only 74 more to get from 124 balls. Should be a walk in the park now for Australia from this position. But of course, they can't take it lightly.
But yeah, like winning money.
Lovely. Sorry. Australia on the 74 to get Kelly Bennett to ball to him. Good ball there from Kelly. Not. Down the leg side. Started that one away to straight. Just unable to get a little bit of bat on that. That's all he would have needed to get a boundary there, Paul Warbird. Shot. It's in the air, but it's very safe. Drops about 2.5 meters in front of Brian Goodwin. So just a single to end. Successful over there for Zimbabwe. 2 runs coming off it in the wicket. It's 148 for 1 after 25. Mario will continue. It's been expensive until this point. 4 overs, not for 30. It's going at just over 7. It's balled a little bit on the short side here as Mario, and just needs to adjust his length. Dot ball. Good solid defense there from Paul the Birdman. Just a little bit more vocal now, the Zimbabweans in the field. Just a way in, or a potential way in for them back into this game. But Australia should win this. Batting team would win this 99. Almost takes out his teammate there. But it goes past them and races to the fence for 4. 150 comes up for Australia with that shot as well. And Paul Warbird gets his first boundary. Only 69 runs to get now. Well played. Textbook cricket, hit a boundary, next ball. As you can see, the body language there from the Zimbabweans not too promising. Misfield from Murray Goodwin. Batters scamper through and they get an extra run in the over. 6 coming off that over. It's 154 for 1 after 26. And it continues. Starts off a bit on the short and wide side. Bat opens the face of the bat, Steve Mace, and it's a dot ball. Good work by Goodwin there. The mid-wicket region is in close. He's not on the edge of the circle. He's halfway between the wicket and the edge of the 30-yard circle. And he's done well to stop those last two deliveries in a row. Again on the short side. Again, this time it's just a little bit wide of him. Vagmaria on the edge of the circle. Will come around and do the fielding. Just the single.
Dash.
That's in defense. So much more quiet over that for Australia. It's just a single coming off it. It's 155 for 1 after 27.
Ran out of units. Five left. Huh?
Look, Mario continues. Skipper's put all his trust in him. Is still going at 7 to the over. So Murray Goodwin knows something we don't. Gives him another over. Big shot, huge shot for the LBW umpire. Steenkamp says no, not out. Easy pickings, that is that down to the sweeper and a comfortable single all day, every day. Work there in the field. Murray Goodwin, prime athlete and man, has done so well throughout the competition. So, but what he does here with his field placings and his bowling changes, that will determine whether Zimbabwe playing in the semi-finals on Friday or the placing matches. Another good over there for Zimbabwe, just a single coming from it. 156 for 1 after 28. It's 65 now, Ricardo 102. Bennett continues. Just goes through the batting pad there. Coming off the shoulder of the bat. And it's a dot ball. Big shot. Going straight to the man on the boundary though, and it's just a single. Good looking shot there from Steve Mace. That's a shot of a man who's on 79 and he's seeing beach balls out there. Short, wide, and cut away. This is going to the fence. Van Starter's not giving up, but this is racing to the fence for 4. Short, wide, is cut away. This time goes straight to Van Starten, and it's a dot ball. Good looking cricket shot that from Wybird, and that's 4 more. Looking in lovely touches, Paul Wybird, and hits that right over the bowler's head, and that is on its way to the fence for another boundary. Shot wide, this is in the other way. This is on its way to the fence. It's again. This is 4 more. Big over there for Australia. 13 runs coming off in Kelly Bennett. Just straying a bit short with those lines. And the score moves to 169 after 29 overs. Today. Good work by Brian Goodwin there. As we bowled the last over off the second power play. Kelly Bennett moves out of the slips into a catching mid-off. On the back foot there, but well played. And that races down to the man at long on for another single. Bit of bounce on Shot wide. Another wide. Shot and straight. This time it's pulled away. Spence will come around. And they'll get back for another single. 3-for-1 after 30 as we take a drinks break. Powered by Vita 24. And we're back from the Vita 24 drinks break. It is the second over after the drinks break. So Mike van Staden bowling the first over, going for one. Mario continues, start with a couple of dot balls here to Wybird. Let's head back to the bowler. Light misfield, and the batters get through for a single. Shot wide and cut away. The ball is racing to the fence. Goodwin is not going to give up the chase, and he gets there. And the rest of the feet from Steve Mason. This is hit down the ground to Craig Evans, who's manning the long off boundary, and they'll come back. Oh, the crossover for just a single. 4 runs in this over, 1 ball to come. It's another productive over this for Australia. Full face of the bat by Wybird in defense. So 32 overs have been completed, 178 for 1. Australia require 43 from 78. Not giving up the fight here, the Zimbabwean bowlers. But buying Goodwin on the deep mid-wicket boundary. A little bit of bat on that. The 2 batters scamper through for a single. So only 42 runs. So New Zealand victorious against Canada. USA victorious against Sri Lanka. Zimbabwe need to win this match. Looking like Australia are going to win it, and both those sides are going to make it through to the semi-finals. In the air, but in the gap as well. Brian Goodwin will come round, and they will come back for 2 more. It has been easy for these Aussie batters, and it continues to look that way for them. It's in the air. It's falling safely. And they'll come back for 2 more. Wybird moves himself to 24. He's hit 4 boundaries and starting to hit it now with regularity. And it's looking very easy for him. It's looking very easy for all of the Australian batters who've come in so far. And the Australian side only need 37 to get. This is on the pads. And they continue to hit the sweepers. Get your 1s and 2s. Walk it home, Australia. Good over that. 1 ball to come. Straight to the man. It's a great over there for Australia. 7 runs coming off. It is 185 for 1 after 33. They only require 36 of 72. 3 runs to the over. Maguire bowling his last over. The single to the Birdman. Down the leg side, easy pickings. This is helped. It's on its way. It's another boundary. Macy goes to 90. So Steve May's facing on 90 of 98 balls. Maguire has gone for 50 in 8.2 overs. Another one, freebie, but well done on the boundary there by Kelly Bennett. That ball had boundary written all over it. But he gets his body behind the ball, and it's just a single. So 6 runs off the first 3 balls of this over. Really only required 30 now. Down the leg side, and this is another wide. More extras to the total for Australia. Catch and gone. Warbird is gone. It's not the wicket Zimbabwe want, but it's a wicket nonetheless. And wicket number 2, Vagmaria hays off his captain's trust and finally gets a wicket. Warbird walks. He makes 28 of 33. Australia 192 for 2. So prior to the game, Australia's leading run scorer in the competition so far, Richard Gabb, walks to the wicket. Bucket loads of time. And Zimbabwe sensing a little bit of a chance here. 1 ball left in Vagmari as well. And they go with the slip, leg slip, silly point, and a silly mid-wicket. One man on the back foot, it's punched to the man and cover, and this is the end of Vagmaria's spell. Worked hard, he bowled 9 overs, 1 for 52. Australia 192 for 2 after 34.
Even yeah, oi any more now.
Singles will win this game for Australia. They don't need to do anything else, don't need to make the play here. Running that from the Australian pair. Richard McGabb is the slap misfield in the on the cover on the edge of the 30-yard circle at cover. Dot ball there. Changing bowling for Zimbabwe as Andy Walton comes back. Bowled 7 overs now for 21, couple of maidens in there. Looked the most promising of the Zimbabwean bowlers. So just under 10 overs to go now. 10 overs before we confirm the semi-finalists of this evergreen over-50s Cricket World Cup. A good run in there from the Aussie batters. Hit that half a yard to the left of Darshan Vagmaria at mid-wicket, and the very good call. Scampered through for a single. Steve Mace facing on 92 now. Only 26 to get for Australia to knock Zimbabwe out of this competition. On the ground, it's a dot ball. Goes to Gary Spence. Shot. So the gap a bit. So they come back for 2-0. Just a single. Don't need to do too much, yeah? 2.7 to the over is what Australia needs to get to win the match from here. We already got 2 in this over. 1 ball to come. Good ball that by Andy Walton. So only a couple from that over. 196 for 2. 25 required of 54. Back into the attack is Kelly Bennett. Outside off. Starting off the field, yeah, the Zimbabweans. So just one man out on the fence. That man is at deep square leg. Everybody in and around the 30-yard circle. Man asleep as well. Kelly Bennett continues. Oh, bold. And well played that as well by Richard McGabb. He'll get through for a single. Oh, ball that from Bennett. Good use of the feet by Steve Mace and sends it off back to the bowler.
094.
Couple of top balls, yeah, to Steve Mace. Turned around the corner, good cricket that, so scampered through for a single. So 3 runs coming off the 37th over score, moves to 199 for 2. Australia 22 runs away, 48 balls remaining. Good ball from Andy Walton. He bowls his ninth. It's been a shining life for the Zimbabwean bowlers, going at 2.82 to the over. Bowled 8.1 overs, 2 maidens, not for 23. He bowls to the man on 95. Bit of width there. Chance for Mace to free his arms, but hits that straight to the man manning the cover region. That's Brian Goodwin. So 3 top balls to start this over for Andy Walton. Australia won that one bit. They only need to be going at 2.7 to the over, so just around the corner, only 22 runs away from going 3 from 3 in this competition. And just nips away off the seam and wraps him on the pad. Pitched outside leg though. Full ball played right back to him. And it's a dot ball. So he's bowled absolutely special. He's bowled 8.5 overs, 2 maidens, not for 23. He hasn't gotten any wickets so far. Not too many of the Zimbabwean bowlers have. It hasn't worked for the Zimbabwean bowling unit. But he's bowled well. He's kept it nice and tight. Last ball off his bell. We're going to see a big shot here. Good stop at the edge of the 30-yard circle by Darshan Vagmaria. So, single two-hander spell. 200 will come up for Australia. He bowls 9 overs, not for 24. Australia, 21 runs away of 42 balls. So 200 comes up, only 21 to get for Australia. It's good to see Brian Goodwin doesn't want to give up hope. Only 21 left. Still showing some fight for his country. And so are most of the Zimbabwean fielders, if not the whole team. Still a chance here. Steve Mason, 96. Big shot. This is going down the ground. It's going straight to Burmester for a single. Spoke about him being the leading run scorer in the competition so far for Australia. This is prior to Steve Mace's absolutely scintillating knock that we've seen here. Big shot, huge shot. Not out, says the umpire. And you can see the pain in Kelly Bennett's face there. Just looking for anything, something, to get his side back into the game here. Shot wide, cut away. This is going. Brian Goodwin's not going to give up the chase. So the batters are going to have to turn and come back for the second year, as they do. Here's the 3 runs they need in this over. So England victorious by 5 wickets, and they confirm their spots as group winners of Group B. Shot pulled away. This is on its way to the fence. This is half a dozen. Yeah, track that halfway down the track did Kelly Bennett, and happy just to rock onto the back foot is Richard Gabb and hits that into the deep. That is 6 runs for Australia. Only 12 runs away now. Swings, he cuts it. So England confirmed as group winners in Group A. Beg your pardon, in Group B. Waiting on South Africa's results to see if they are able to come out with a victory there, and they can also book their spot in the semi-finals in that group. This is short, this is pulled, this is going to the rope, this is 4 more. Australia racing to the finish line now. Big over that for them. 13 coming off it. It's 2-1-3 for 2 after 39. They only need 8 to win. Changing bowling here for Zimbabwe. Brian Goodwin for the first time comes into the attack. This is short, it's pulled away, it's Sam Stephen Mace, and it's much appreciated by his side. And he has taken his side onto the verge of victory. 2 runs away. Scintillating watching him, and a lesson on how to bat when you are chasing, how to pace yourself. He started off like a house on fire, and now he's just been taking the single. And the scores are level. So 1 run to win. What can Gap do here? Leaves it alone. It's a dot ball. Another dot ball. That's for Brian Goodwin. Some would just say prolonging the inevitable. On the pads, looking for the flick. And it's another dot ball for Goodwin, yeah. Started off short and wide. Big swing, it goes through, and there it is. So good job, Australia. Australia win. Australia win this match by 8 wickets and confirm New Zealand and have a chance to make the final. They're in the semi-finals and they will take on England on Friday. New Zealand will take on whoever finishes second in that group. Either Pakistan or South Africa will wait for that result by 8 wickets. So not a great day. And the Zimbabwean supporters at the top. But fantastic work to Australia. Big ups to Australia. They found form at the right time in this competition. 3 wins on the pass to win this competition. They will finish 4th, just behind Zimbabwe. And walked his team to victory. Stephen Mace, lovely knock of 103 not out. It has been yet another fantastic day of cricket here in Cape Town in the Evergreen Over-50s Cricket World Cup. Australia victorious by 8 wickets. So a big shout out to our sponsors yet again. Evergreen, Devil's Peak Lager, Vita 24, Sisonka Tourism and Travel, and of course the city of Cape Town for hosting us in this competition. A big shout out to Pitch Vision, bringing you pictures of this Evergreen Cricket World Cup. So from myself, Wayne, I will see you on Wednesday, beg your pardon, on Friday for semi-final number 1 between England and the United States of America.